Okay, so part 2, draw in perspective like Ryan Berry, aka 9monkey. Так. So here you have amazing perspective, also like cyberpunk illustrations. Looks very cool. So first, let's see. It's clearly because it's, and we can see ocean line, so it's work like horizon line. And here is kind of 3 vanishing points. So let's do first one. Kind of here. So we can see like this wall going to this vanishing point, and about here it's, yeah, it's like very close there. It's like change direction to second vanishing point. I can show you. So you see it's like in the bottom we can see clear like this one vanishing point, then about here this go to second vanishing point, and this one go to third vanishing point. So let's do something like this. And then this. So, and also here interesting moment, it's like me, I will rather prefer to draw like grid, like curvilinear grid, and this. But still here it will be this vanishing point because it's for a beach. So, and I'm not sure exactly which sequence Ryan Berry did here, but definitely like this part also is kind of like one vanishing point going here, like same vanishing point with the beach. So just considering both, it's again it's demonstration of good skill and perspective when you're like less restricted and fluent, and he's not so much like stiffly following rules, but rather like very like feel very free and bend it a little bit. So here this horizon line, this we have this 3 Z points, and this like main Z vanishing point. Then we can see what happened with the y-axis. Y-axis like here will be aligned with this Z line, but here it's go very strong curvature, something like this. So now we have this curved line, we have this vertical line, and now I just draw in between, and I do this on other side, and just put more in between. So then for x-axis it's also curved. So let's see, like on this one on the top, we can see how big curvature here for x-axis. So something like this, and here I will do kind of this X grid. Okay, so now I have grid, and now I can establish like composition elements. So we have this wall here. No, sorry. Так. Kind of goes like this, very close to horizon line. And then here is one cannon about here. Then we can do this z axis, so can show second cannon about here. Then here we have this like hole in the surface. Then here it's like this, and the 3 rails. So just making general shapes again. Hello, Na Jackson. Cool. Yeah, today I want to make stream earlier, but I was busy, so making it later than usual. Так. So here we're making this big cannon. I just look. Because like I say again, in this stage it's very convenient to make like little kind of dirty, messy lines, because you should be not like bothered and stiffened by fear of making like too many lines or making mess or mud. Kind of, it's okay. You don't care. You can erase all these pencil lines later. Just don't use too hard pen. Like I have this pen, I don't know, like 2B maybe. So when I draw lines, I'm not pushing too much, I'm not scratching surface. So it's only danger, it's if you will like press too much and you will like break surface of paper. But as long as you don't break paper, you can do a lot of lines, it's no problem. Так, so here cannon number 3. So here we need this perspective. This perspective. So this beach line go here, then about here it goes this vanishing point, and then from here it goes this vanishing point. So it's like 3 vanishing points. Так. Yeah. So, yeah, so double check here with the trains. So trains, they're more low. Then we have this tilted surface. Then we have this like a square and cannon. And the middle line. Maybe also show some people. This. So can start from this corner. So I'm making kind of little more loose, quick version just to practice perspective, to study how Ryan Berry make his perspective in these illustrations. And don't want to follow like exact level of detailization because it just will take more time, and for study purposes kind of enough to do small, quicker drawings. Hello, David. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, you will learn definitely from my tutorials. You can watch. I have there like tutorials perspective for beginners when I'm talking about perspective grids. Also, I make analysis of my favorite artists like Masamune Shiro, Tsutomu Nihei. It's kind of like always have this interest, like to see our favorite artist work and want to understand how they do it. And they not always have workshops like Masamune Shiro and Atomo. I think they never did any interview or workshop explaining how they work. So you need to figure out yourself and just break it down, try to understand how they do their perspective, how they do their composition. Also Möbius. Yeah, general principle you need to remember is that this medium already been explored like a lot. Basically, like people already do everything you can do with ink and paper, you know. So instead of trying to reinvent a bicycle, you just go for masters and study from them how they use this medium, what techniques, what tricks they have. So it's just kind of, let's say, classical way for fast improvement, like a real way to fast improve. It's to learn from masters. And how beginners learn from masters, also professional artists, they also learn from each other because they know the stuff. They know, they kind of respect each other, kind of contribution, so you can learn from others' work. Instead of kind of thinking like you can do everything yourself. So here, very cool. Kind of platform. Так, so here's this. It's like two locomotive, two trains. Oh. Yeah, like before kind of fisheye perspective, definitely you need to do 2-point and 3-point perspective. Because 2-point and 3-point perspective is all kind of very basic perspective. You need to understand how it works. You need to be very fluent with it. So kind of like when you want to do curvilinear and this kind of fisheye 5-point perspective, you should have already kind of very clear understanding and good confidence. And this all is kind of not so hard. You just need to draw more. Just draw every day, make more studies, more practice. So you will faster get to confidence stage. And kind of don't afraid to kind of like, don't avoid repetition. You kind of need to repeat the same stuff again and again. You can just, like I say yesterday, you just do this perspective grids. Like, it's very simple perspective grids for 2 and 3 vanishing point. Don't need to always kind of trying to make some very complex illustrations. Just draw this very basic grid, like a box in a 2 perspective or box in a 3-point perspective. Just do this box, same kind of box in a 3 and 2-point perspective. Do it like many times, do it every day. Just if you will draw box in a 2 and 3-point perspective every day, which might looks for you like very basic, like too easy. It's not about easy or hard, it's about repetition. So you need to repeat it so many times so you can draw this box like without even thinking. So you don't need to make any effort to remember like logic of drawing this box, like how to make vanishing points, how to find all these elements kind of 3-point perspective. So this kind of like main, like very common mistake of beginners is like, in one hand they afraid and they not ready for really complex challenging drawings in perspective, and in other hand they feel kind of bored by simple drawings in perspective. So don't be bored, don't consider it like it should be something challenging all the time. Sometimes you just need to make many drawings of something simple. Just just repeat it many times, so you kind of create this muscle memory, or like whatever memory, it just became part of your nature. And like me, like for example, when I teach perspective, I already draw all this basic perspective, like boxes and everything, again and again for so many times, and it's fine with me. So why students always kind of feel like so arrogant and like so much disdain for simple drawings? It's like, oh, this boxes is so boring. Yeah, so yeah, whatever, like you can do 300 fish eye perspective, but again, like you should have real clear understanding what happened with 1-point perspective, 2-point perspective, because like here is whole thing, you cannot draw what you don't understand. So if you cannot draw in a 3-point perspective, but then you want to draw fish eye perspective, it's kind of like jumping over, like, I don't know how to say, jumping over your head, kind of, right? So it's kind of like you're trying to do what you clearly not understand at this moment. So I mean, it still kind of will be good practice for you, kind of, you know, drawing lines and stuff, but really make sure you understand how perspective works, because it's kind of like super self-evident. It should be easy for you to draw in 3-point perspective. It should be super easy for you. And if it's not easy for you, it's just like clear sign you draw not enough, because it's very beginner level. It's kind of, you know, it's like if there is certain like filter system, like when like you say you want to be football player, right? But you cannot run, like you like not even able to run for a certain time, kind of, you're so it's kind of first kind of sign like you are not ready for being a football player. You're not ready for a game, because like how will you play if even run for you is challenge. So you're physically not ready for this thing. So, and if you're not able to draw 3 and 2-point perspective, it's just sign like you are not draw enough. It's like, yeah, you think you're drawing a lot, kind of, maybe, I don't know, but definitely not enough, because it's not requires so much time to understand and to practice, to see how it works in a 2-point perspective and 3-point perspective. Because eventually you will get to it. In one day you will understand kind of like why I delay it. So essential things, that's why they're essential. They're essential because you need to start from them. Not delay them, but start from them, just so. So when you kind of do this like gradual improvement, you will just see how fluent and convenient everything. So because you really understand how it works, you understand all those principles, and it's not discouraging you, not so much pressure, kind of. Yeah, I mean, again, like I if you want, you can draw fisheye, but I tell you, it's kind of almost pointless, because you will not understand if you don't understand too. And the whole point with perspective, it's about understanding how it works. It's not about just drawing. And that's why it's amazing book of Scott Robertson, How to Draw, because there, yeah, he make it very clear in this book. It's like he have very good like gradual complexity. So start from more simple exercises and go for more and more complex tasks, and then he say, okay, if this chapter is too hard for you, it means you doesn't practice enough with the previous chapter, so you just need to make more drawings of previous chapter. Yeah, so if you watch my tutorial, like there's like perspective tutorial number 1 or perspective basics video number 1, something like this. And there I talking about perspective grids, and I explain these 2 and 3 vanishing points. So you will learn very fast from these tutorials. Just making these perspective grids. So considering this, like learning 2 and 3 point perspective as a learning fisheye perspective. It's like your first step of learning fisheye perspective. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of important to know that Scott Robertson How to Draw book is not about illustration drawing, it's more like industrial kind of design drawing, but still kind of it's give you a really clear idea. So, and then when you learn from it, you can choose yourself like to which level you want to be technical in your drawings. I like it's been some workshop Kim Jong-gi in I think in the Proca channel, and he were like talking about perspective, something talking, and there are like different comments, and they're reading comments to Kim Jong-gi, and among some different comments it were comments like, oh, perspective is so hard. And Kim Jong-gi, he just like stop, put his pencil, and he's like, perspective is hard? If perspective is hard, then you should not be artist. Just choose some other choose some other profession. Being artist is not for you. Because like for us, for artists, I mean, like I really agree kind of with this point. For us, for artists, to say perspective is something hard to study, or like it's too hard. It's like for football players say, oh, running is too hard. You know, imagine like football player who is like avoid of running on the field. He's like all the time he want to sit in a chair. Like sit, lean in the grass, and like, oh, I'm so tired of running, I don't want to run. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, you don't go to football if you don't like to run, if you want to avoid running, kind of. So same, if you want to be a professional artist, if you want to be serious artist, you need to study perspective. It's like, it's kind of how it works. You cannot get perspective from space, kind of like some aliens fly to you and give you perspective knowledge. No, you kind of need to learn it. So learn it. Yeah, framed perspective book also very good, very important. Yeah, it's like new book from Marcus. It's kind of on a pre-order right now in Amazon. I like I've been watch it a day ago. Like interior perspectives, like environment perspectives, something like this. Yeah, anyway, kind of for essential level of perspective knowledge, there is a lot of books which can help on a beginner level. Don't need any kind of secret knowledge, secret special training. All these kind of very basic books about perspective, they also will be useful. A lot of tutorials everywhere. Key thing is just to make more drawings. Just like with a language. When you study language, you need to have a lot of practice. You study words, you study theory, grammar, all the stuff, and also you practice reading with English. No, foreign language. For me it's English. Practice speaking and practice listening, right? Because practice is when you kind of elaborating your skill, you're strengthening your neural network. Same here. Breaking down artist works is one way of very helpful practice, because it's kind of same kind of perspective like in so many situations, but here I practice how to use this perspective in making work I like to do myself, kind of in a particular kind of quality work. So you just make your practice more precise. It's like if I want to study foreign language, you can make your goal more precise. You can define like what is the purpose, you want to work, for example, in a company where is necessary to speak this foreign language. So you will need maybe 10,000 words vocabulary. You will need to have good listening skill. You need to be fluent in speaking, kind of, and you can study certain words which will also be useful in this scenario, in this situation. So words related to your job, to your work environment. You can also study idioms, because people might speak this some proverbs and stuff. So you have this kind of goal, you know, what you need to learn for this case. And same here, you want to make comic books or you want to make illustrations. It will be cyberpunk or it will be fantasy art. Which media you will use. So when you define, have clear definition kind of a quality of work you need, then you can do practice which will be close to your final goal, to work you want to do. Yeah, sure. So yeah, it's kind of hard because we need to do so many stuff. We need to draw people, draw shading, coloring, perspective, also close, drawing folds. Also it's we have so many stuff to study. It's kind of mind-blowing sometimes. Okay, we'll check drawing database. Drawing database. Let's make some clouds. Maybe a trace. Так, so now let's go to this one. So this images here is cool example of using perspective grid as a composition tool, and also here we can see this arrangement of detalization. It's like what is Ryan Berry is very good at. It's making this principle big, medium, small. So we have here like certain areas with a high level of detalization, we have area with a medium level detalization, and we have area like very, let's say, very clean kind of. So let's say you see like here, let's say it's almost no details here on this up part. Then here is like these clouds and whale kind of whale is middle kind of detalization, and these buildings they're like super detailed. So arranging them is like shapes. So we'll try to show it. So it's like have three type of shapes. They're like three shapes with different patterns. One pattern is like pretty light with details, another very heavy with details. So here a little change proportions just to fit in my paper size. So here we have kind of this 1 point perspective. Can also do like here. Then x-axis is going like this here. And again, it's maybe not about actual perspective, it's about arranging composition here. Because he has this kind of curvature of roads, blocks, and the buildings, so they're kind of going little curved like this. And then here he have like this part here is like 2 vanishing point perspective, kind of this. But in these cases, as like I told before, sometimes you have grid like for whole work, for whole picture, let's say like 1 point perspective grid, and sometimes you have some area or it's some object, so which will have its own perspective. So if I make here, for example, like this kind of platform here. So here everything follows this perspective, but within this platform everything have kind of its own grid, you know. So it's some kind of this relative stuff about like big forms creating their own magnetic fields, you know. Can think this way too. So it's like, because it's a pretty big form and within it have its elements, these elements kind of belong to this form, so in following its perspective. And this kind of idea help you a lot when it's complex and detailed perspective and you might be like lost in details and so like, oh, how many vanishing points I need. Oh, you just see like, okay, this group here will have like its own grid for this area, just so. And here this is what I was talking. When on a stage of making composition, you start to compose shapes. So it's like perspective grid, it's one layer. Second layer, it's composition elements as 2D shapes. Kind of, so it can be angular, this can be like a big shape with the smaller elements, you know, some kind of like a pizza, you know, it can be like circles, dots, and then within these shapes they can have their own patterns. So this totally about abstract composition. It can be like lines and stuff. So same here, like you notice how he making this arrangement over shapes. So here clouds, where they have kind of like medium level of detalization. In this wheel, kind of medium level of detalization. And these buildings, they're like very detailed, but they have this kind of like gaps, some holes with a smaller like middle amount of detalization. And these holes, they're working as like to making rhythms. So this aspect about composition of shapes is like abstract composition, or it's like design. So you know, where's like book design of everyday things, something like this, or everyday objects. Talking about this is like arrangement of details, arrangement of complexity. So let me draw this middle level. So there is like a mountains, and then it's a cloud. So you can see is like overlap of shapes. And here also movement of this building pattern going like this. Interesting. So kind of here. So when you establish perspective grid, when you have clear idea of perspective, arranging shapes became kind of fun when it's like you're improvising, making music. Just, I don't know, like a DJ, just making playing with rhythms, playing with flows. And this kind, it's a very complex theory behind design, behind composition. There's like books like Arnheim, also book of course of Framed Ink, and there are a lot of so many theories, so many hypotheses about perception and about how shapes work and even like influence viewers' emotions, you know, it's like manipulate your mood. But if talking like practically, just knowing this general rule, like general idea, just having general idea about shapes and play with overlap and play with placement, you know, so it's like a making rhythm when you like arranging these shapes in a space, you're kind of making rhythm. And just practice, play with this thing, because you can place them, they can create movement, they can like break into smaller pieces. There are a lot of things you can do with the shapes, and just having your own practice or experimentation with them will make you improve, so you will like really able like to do something interesting and to have your own personal vision, kind of very complex, sophisticated way to work with shapes. So important kind of to know this thing, so you will not too much kind of stuck into books, into theory, instead of practice. So learn from practice. Hello, philosophy. And I also mentioned about this composition, like how to compose shapes in a tutorial, how to sketch nature. Really good tutorial, you should watch it. I give there like very good kind of explanation of these principles. Constantinus, like right now I cannot read all your texts. It's just like so many texts. But thank you for writing. I will read later. So it's kind of usually like artists don't talk much about this because it's very like pretty much happen subconsciously. You just drawing kind of in 3D. You draw in your composition, you draw in details, narrative, and kind of subconsciously you are arranging abstract composition. You kind of placing stuff in interesting order, kind of, and you can see different artists have like different skill with this abstract composition. And from my consideration, like most insane skill, it's Tread Moore. Tread Moore, he is crazy. Like he makes this like abstract arrangement, all these patterns, so complex, so sophisticated. It's kind of, you know, it's also requires certain intelligence. It's like making complex perspective is very analytical. It's kind of needs brain power kind of to do this. And also composition. Also composition, they have a lot of kind of grammar and like some kind of chess mate, you know, like a playing chess is some kind of very complex game. You're making your decisions, you're making very interesting moves, and you watch some artists, like they're very clever in their abstract composition. And especially for my taste, it's Tread Moore, like really nice. It's so cool. So I plan in the future we'll make some tutorials like analyze Treadmoor illustrations. This will find some images from his Tumblr. And also this image, we can see how much is like homage to Akira. Which is also about this subject, like learning from other artists. So I'm sure Ryan Berry spent plenty of time learning from Katsuhiro Otomo, from his last chapters of Akira manga. It's like he is keeping reimagining this scene of Neo Tokyo. And even now, like when I do this practice, I also consider it as like I take it very flexible. So instead of copy everything directly, I also take elements. So let's say see here one element, it's this kind of buildings as boxes. Other element is this like a freeway here, right? So it might have some junctions, this kind of elements, and third element is some kind of like between these boxes. So it's basically like three elements here, and between these boxes is like some bunch of some kind of like implication of under layers. So it's like most busy kind of parts. So basically it's just three elements, and when I draw them, I thinking consciously about arranging them instead of copy exact lines, like looking like for line direction stuff. I looking in these elements and where are they placed. Так. think so erase this here. So put some shading, just a little. So, and here very interesting. So also kind of like I compose only crop part of image, but here we can see interesting like situation when it's not like perspective but rather grid for composition. So let's see, here is like vortex, this whale is falling into vortex, so it's kind of spiral. Kind of this. So all these boxes and shapes there should align to this vortex grid. It's like similar like when you draw perspective grid, but now it's not about vanishing point on the horizon line, it's about this center of vortex. So, and same here is like two main groups. One group is this kind of like overlapping cloudy shapes, like maybe even more circular, and other group is like broken squares. It's like this, like squares, which was like cracked and shattered, broken into pieces. It's like here and there, kind of this. So we have this two main elements, and they're attach snap to this vortex movement. So you can see here, and they kind of have let's say clouds is like middle, this medium level of detailization, and buildings with all this detailization is like I don't know, looks like very detailed or big, let's say big detailization level. So looking into shapes, so see here is this shape, angular kind of shape of detailization. Here then is very angular, detailed. Again, like curved. So because they have different level of detailization, they kind of have different tone, and so this kind of makes like a light shape and a dark shape, and again light shape and a dark shape. So in this dark shape is dark not because he used some ink or color, but because it's just more lines here, so it's like more dense pattern kind of. Here's like very light pattern, and this like very busy pattern, like have so many details. So we have this kind of interplay. So you see, every artwork have structure, and you need to make structure for your work, and you need to see structure in other artists' works. And composition is one of structure, kind of elements of a structure. So not I say perspective. Perspective is one of elements of structure. So like here is not perspective, it's like a scaffolding kind of, this grid, curvilinear grid, similar like in curvilinear perspective, but is not actually about perspective, just about snapping stuff to one grid, to one movement. also, like, we can see this line art very much like similar with Möbius line, like Möbius way of shading. And so a lot of artists inspired by Möbius work. So it's hard to track. Sometimes you inspired by artist line art, and then you find out this artist being copying line art from Möbius. So we can also sometimes study influences of our favorite artists to see from who they learn, from who they get their style. Ooh. So see this area here, I mark previously, so I say okay, here will be this angular, like detail heavy pattern. So composition, this composition sketch, it's about this, is to give you like make some notes kind of how to arrange elements, because you might look lost in detailization. You start to like sit here and look in a small area of your work, and you lost this kind of rhythm, pattern, general movement. So about composition is always about keeping full picture, like all the time. Like you make details, but you also look in a whole work, like you make sure this line is aligned in this overall arrangement, kind of. It should be aligned with every other lines, with every other elements. So you see, like this, for example. Let me zoom it. Yeah, so you see it's kind of broken, shattered box, right? So we have all these details, so many details, you know, but you should be able to see it as a shape. So because you should able to see it like shape, like unify it in one shape. And it don't need to be precise. It's kind of, you know, it's very vague thing. So say it's this kind of shape, and then it has this kind of tiny elements from it. It might be here, it might be there, but you look at it as a shape, and then you look all these 3D elements, they kind of pattern, they're like pattern inside this shape. And what this pattern built from? This pattern built from 2D elements. Here 2D element is a kind of angle like this, like a corner, right? And yeah, so it's corner and the line, and sometimes is this kind of pieces, or maybe, yeah, here even like little like a box, but don't make it too much like three-dimensional. It should be like a pattern. You're like, it's kind of trick. It's another skill is to able to see 3D also as a two-dimensional pattern. And yeah, Ryan Berry, he's very good with this, and also Tread Moore, kind of very clever with this stuff. So most important here is to just start to practice this idea, this principle. You will really get this only through practice, because every time I explaining this, every time I see it's kind of very hard to put in words. You always like describe it to kind of too much simplified idea of it. This is kind of thing which you like a riding bicycle, you know. You cannot like write too much theory about how to ride bicycle. You just get main concept, like there is pedals, there is like equilibrium, you need to move and maintain balance kind of while you rotating pedals, kind of, right? So like some very basic idea, and then you need to practice this. You will really like start to get how it works. So here, like I show you, it's shapes and different level of detalization. When detalization it Detalization is detalization of two-dimensional pattern, not texture, pattern. Like kind of almost like mosaic. Like me personally, I believe it's like best is when it's like a mosaic, and you can make it like not symmetrical. It's not symmetrical like a mandala. It's more dynamic, it's more like asymmetrical. So you can keep it somewhere on the edge. So this is most outstanding thing when you make pattern, which is like very organized mosaic, but it's not static. It's purposefully unbalanced. So there's some kind of like torn structure which make you feel like it's chaotic. It's kind of create this tension when you're not sure, like, is this occasion or it's being purposefully organized this way. So in that case I think it's the best style, because this is how we perceive nature. It's like you go to forest and everything have kind of like fractal arrangement, right? But we cannot track it because complexity is too high. So we have this kind of ambivalence, kind of when it's simultaneously it kind of feels chaotic, but it's actually in same time it's a very organized structure. It's kind of jazz, you know. Perspective jazz here. So you can also go check out Instagram of Ryan Berry. I will put a link in description. So it's Ryan Berry, 9monkeys. Now he has some kind of Christmas sale. You can buy his original works, or maybe he sells also like printed sketchbooks. You can look. He have like crazy detailed perspective works. Так. So here, what kind of, don't know how to erase this stuff. Like this. Okay. So here we have like a 1 point perspective here on the ground, and then all the stuff kind of flying in the air. That's crazy, yeah. Or it's not very clear me here, or is this guys like here standing kind of on a downhill road, and then horizon line somewhere here. So again, it's like it's not very clear. It might be horizon line here, or it's kind of might be some vanishing point, but it's so messy there, so hard to say. But I can do grid, like let's consider it like there is a horizon line here up somewhere like this. So here is vanishing trace for downhill, because in such way it will be also really interesting perspective, like blame kind of style. So here we have car, this vehicle is smaller here. Here's this dude. Here's some of this stuff, and things go a little curved. And then from here, this road start to bend. So this is kind of like a drawing ribbon. So, you know, something like this. Like stretch box. So first you can play with curve lines, and then just add box sides to this curve. So breaking down to simple elements give you ability to draw it, you know. So you can draw anything if you able to see structure. So same like when I was teaching children, like I was teaching like drawing some realistic works which for them seems impossible. So they're like, oh my god, it's impossible to draw, it's so complicated. Yeah, it's complicated if you are not understand system, when you don't, if you cannot see it as a range of simple elements, then it's complicated. But if you're able to break down, then you work with a bunch of simple elements. So now I kind of add these sides, like in box sides, to this curve lines. And this also main idea of applying perspective rules. It's like one thing is when you read book about perspective, or watch a workshop about perspective, and you have feeling like you understand perspective and you already know it. But then as other thing, it's to see how you can use perspective principles, because this require you to make this kind of analysis. So you need to see anything, you need to be able to break down anything to boxes, kind of, even if it's curved box, like no matter what kind of angle this box is, how it's stretched, how it's rotated, it can be shattered, but it still will be box in perspective, like when you draw this kind of box in a usual kind of basic perspective. And now you just start to draw this box like kind of like 3 boxes in perspective, right? And then you can draw this like broken box with some kind of broken into pieces kind of box, right? Meow. So it's same logic, it's same kind of simple perspective, but it just require a little more procedures, kind of. So you just start to take kind of your like make your brain more busy. And that's why we need to practice basic perspective, because when you're fluent and comfortable with basic perspective, you have more brain resource to do this kind of operations when you start to kind of do some more complex. Basically, you just, instead of 1 box, you start doing like 40 boxes, you know. So it's just like more operations, and more operations need more resource kind of in your mind, so you like more your attention, and you don't have this attention if you struggle with basic perspective. It's like, where is the vanishing point? I'm so confused. I'm so scared. I lost my vanishing point, you know. So here meow. Cat, you see I'm busy. So in here it's kind of naughty cats. Anyway, again, like I don't want to follow all details. My goal is not to redraw whole picture with all its elements, but rather understand its construction. And the practice drawing it. So I kind of making my own experience of overlap with this smoke or dust here. So it's also on this illustration we can see Ryan Berry also inspired by blame. So we kind of have same passion to same artist. You can watch my tutorials, my breakdowns of Tsutomu Nihei perspective. It's kind of very interesting to see how Tsutomu Nihei organizes, how he kind of twists perspective. He's real jazzman of perspective. Same we can see here shapes with different level of detalization. So instead of shading, it's kind of distribution of details, somewhere less, somewhere more. Hello, Augustus. Yeah, I have a video about how to draw perspective without vanishing points. It's my first watch in my first tutorials, as I recall, like perspective basics, or like perspective tutorial number 1, something like this. So as they're talking about basic principles and also talking about this perspective grids, how to, like, what to do when you don't have vanishing points. And actually I repeat and talk about it like in a different way in most of my tutorials. Cool. Yeah, sure. Welcome. Yeah, this is my tutorial about perspective. You will watch. It should help you a lot. Because, yeah, main answer for how to draw without vanishing points, it's you need to know how to draw perspective grids, how perspective grids works. So, because vanishing points is just about, like, can say vanishing points help you to build perspective grid. They're absolutely not necessary. What is all about is about three-dimensional space. kind of is like how you see axes and planes. So yeah, you will watch tutorial, you will understand what I'm talking about. Also soon I will do kind of like again tutorial like this, where I will kind of like explain all types of perspective, just like overview of all perspective types, what we need in art, you know, without like technical details like for engineers, but all perspective for artists. So there's like main types, this like linear perspective, 1, 2, 3 point perspective. Then it's like curvilinear, fish eye, and like spherical 6 point perspective, and kind of like 360 VR, kind of VR perspective, when you can draw and make like a VR view of picture, kind of very fun. Good morning, Gio. Hello. How do you make money with art without painting? What do you mean painting? Passion. In my case, you know, like I have like a very special journey. It's like hard to repeat. I've been practically just like leave for everything and go for travel artist, like full-time travel artist. And since then I only take projects which I like to do. So I want to, so all like in one hand I draw what I want, just, you know, some illustrations, travel sketch, just some stuff from observation, some stuff from imagination, and I try to sell it, just sell my artworks. On the other hand, when people see my work, they can invite me for projects which is similar to my kind of work, you know. So they say like, oh, can you draw your thing, kind of, you know. So if you want to have this kind of clients who will invite you to do your favorite work, you need to have a lot of work. You need to have something people can see. So when you have like big portfolio, it should be really big. It should be like thousands of work in your style, 1,000 of works. Just take it like a general rule, right? Like make 1,000 works in your style, with your vision, something you want to do, something you love to do. So your potential clients, they will see your work and they will know you can do it. It's your thing, right? So they can invite you to do this. And yeah, other question is like how you survive doing this. It's no easy to survive somehow, and I don't know. Like I've been like living like Van Gogh lifestyle for 8 years, just travel from friend's house, from one house to another house. So being like just able basically to survive and have enough money to do my drawings. This kind of stuff. It's a kind of real adventure, really challenging, really not everybody want to do this. It's kind of, I can make comic book about this period in my life. So anyway, it's kind of hard thing. You always need to have some kind of compromise. You cannot be like, if it's so simple and so easy, of course everybody will be there. But challenge here is like, or you struggle without money, like really struggle, or you struggle doing something you don't like to do, like a drawing dogs or flowers for sale, drawing like pretty portraits, something. So you are choosing kind of which way struggle is better for you, which will not destroy your passion, not break you, kind of, It's hard to tell. So somebody can really work like 5 days and draw their portfolio after work, like in the night. So these people, they kind of don't go to parties, they don't drink beer with friends, they just maniacally like drawing every opportunity, every minute, every hour, to make their kind of body of work, their portfolio. So, and there I was like about 5 years I've been like travel artist. Like practically speaking, I've been homeless. I mean, like really like a homeless guy who have like money for transportation, for food, and couple times I don't have money for food, so my friends like borrow me money, no, just give me money, actually, like help me, give me money so I can buy some rice in China, kind of, and I was like live in my friend's house, and what I was always tell myself is like, yeah, I'm kind of homeless, but there is difference. Like I'm not a bum, I'm not like drinking alcohol and wasting time. I use all my time to improve, to study, to draw. I was like study Chinese, study English, draw like city views, make like art collections. So later I did exhibitions in museum, in galleries, you know. It's like you make exhibition, people don't know you're homeless. It's just kind of, you're making exhibitions so you can travel to other town to make more art. This kind of life. And then I met some clients, like became my friends, and they tell me like, okay, you can go in another city to stay in my house. And I go other city, stay in his house, making drawings. And I go to dinner with a local kind of local bohema, you know, like local designers, this kind of big company. They invite me for dinner, also like kind of treating me. And we sit and talk about stuff. And the director of a designer agency, he kind of telling me like, oh, Jin, you know, I kind of jealous to you because you have this artist lifestyle, like you're travel, you're like free, you're drawing everywhere, the stuff. And it was so funny for me. I mean, seriously, man, you have no idea what you're talking about. Do you really want to be like a homeless guy who is like kind of trying to survive? Of course not. So if he like know he need to make this decision, of course he always choose his comfortable work in the office with money, so he can like travel world with his family, you know, go to dinner in a restaurant every night. And just everybody doing their own. You choose kind of what is your priority. You kind of always need to sacrifice something. You want to live like rock and roll? Okay, forget about family, forget about normal life. Your life will be crazy. And this kind of thing, like people, they, when they see there is kind of like you need to sacrifice something, you need to sacrifice like something you like, you need to lose something in your life, they just became reluctant, kind of they avoid of hard decisions, kind of, right? Like, oh, I want to chill out with my friends, I like to go to cinema and club and stuff. Yeah, okay, then forget about hardcore rock and roll artist career. Because you have no time for like to make some real breakthrough. Real breakthrough require like full dedication. You need to be there completely. Acustos. Yeah, I will do a tutorial about this, like how to draw proportions in perspective. It's kind of, if answer right now, it's kind of very basic thing in perspective. It's like almost every perspective book covers this topic, like a framed perspective have this, Andrew Loomis books have this, and it's just about It's kind of also perspective grid principle. Yeah, we'll do tutorial specifically about this, but also what you need to be sure, all these tiny kind of small problems within perspective, they are very much depends on your general level, on your general skill. So how good you actually understand these general principles of perspective, how perspective works. So work more with basic perspective, like 1, 2 and 3 point perspective. Make sure you understand how it works. Practice it like more and more. So more practice you have, more open you will be to complex aspects of perspective, and you will never understand this kind of advanced aspects if you have problem with the basic perspective. And this problems is always because of lack of practice. You just need to draw more. It's not enough to draw like 5 or 10 pictures. Think in hundreds of pictures. Hundreds of 1 point, 2 point, hundreds of 3 point perspective. Because there is levels of understanding how much you need to draw. More you draw, more you see that you are drawing not enough. So you need kind of like a really big mileage. Not underestimate kind of this thing. Because practice, repetition, it's a core of understanding theory. Just reading words and have this feeling like, oh, I understand. No, this is more like cognitive illusion kind of, you know. So kind of this. Some draws. Perspective is like a dancing. Like you can look on the dancers, you can read book or watch tutorials about dancing, but you will really understand dancing through practice, through training. So you cannot like understand how to do these moves by watching or reading them. You need to move, you need to try, and you need to kind of repeat, then you start to make this move properly, because there are so many like micro movements, like tiny aspects, which you need to memorize, and you will memorize them by repetition. Same with perspective. You can watch and read, but if you practice not enough, will be like, your perspective will be very bad, and you will always think like, oh, maybe I need to watch more and read more, but actual solution is just more practice. And I here like I suggest one kind of practice which is like most effective. You choose a kind of art you want to be good at, like illustration or comic books. So let's say this is style you want to do, right? So study perspective from artworks of this artist who work in your style, who work in a style you want to draw. Weird. So we have this y-axis, kind of vanishing point, almost like on the edge, maybe like little outside. Then here we have x and z-axis. So let's see, like a z-axis here, and here, and I draw in between, and x-axis here and here, and again I draw in between. So this perspective grid for this picture here. And then we have character here. So I just make a general shape. Maybe you can even stronger here perspective for the axis. Yes, thank you for kind feedback. Yeah, so really watch my tutorials about perspective basics. You will really get useful information and you will improve very fast if you follow my advice, definitely. Because I make these tutorials, like I tell information I wish I know before, I wish somebody tell me, you know. So I kind of still remember what is kind of what is my struggle as a beginner artist. Let's do maybe his knee more like this. Show. So yeah, and here some of these buildings. Yeah, so let's also show his body, like how he is placed in perspective. So it's like when we have this grid, right? So he has this also kind of box structure. And I have also tutorial about how to rotate in perspective, where is a talk about box angles, which is also really useful, help you to understand relationship between object and viewer or camera. But rotation and fisheye perspective is kind of advanced thing. It's for those who have already clear understanding of 3-point perspective. So make sure you practice at first with your linear perspective, like 1, 2 and 3-point perspective. So then you can go to curvilinear, fisheye perspective, and then to camera angles and rotation in perspective. Same, you see these shapes with detalization, because he have like plates. So let's say like here on his arm, so this is one level of detalization in his work. Here it's like, maybe it's like building wall with have some like shape and line, or plates like in his armor, right, which will have like this kind of line. So it's very light detalization. Then it's a very busy detalization, like between plates. Let's say like here it's more dense, kind of, right? So we have little detalization is like it's more bigger shapes and more of them in the picture. So strong detalization will have like smaller areas. Kind of this also. This kind of general also principle of design and composition too. control amount of detailization. Don't don't overwhelm viewer with too many details. hello, good morning. Yes, thank you. Cool, thank you. Yeah, God bless you too. Yeah, like from my experience, you know, like people always support you when they see you're true to your calling, kind of. You are not this artist or this kind of people who want to get something for free. You really working on your thing, you know. So you're really like dedicated, hardworking. You're not. It's like you're not choose to be artist because it's easy life or it's easier than other work. No, you choose to be artist because I don't know, you just make a decision and you want dedicate your life to it, and everybody respects this, like from my experience. So like, or let's say like most successful people, they have this achiever mindset, growth mindset, and when they see you are achiever, kind of you are this person with a grown mindset where you really working hard, they will always want to support it. It's called also like I think it's kind of value of true people is very high actually, you know, when people truly do what they say. So like you say what you like, you say you're artist and you're really dedicated to it. People see it and they really appreciate it. So like, you know, it's like you're meeting real character. So if there is like different people, like there is soldiers, like let's say some kind of marine, like I met American marine in Taiwan, like my friend, he's amazing people, you know. I say like, wow, so this is who is American Marines, you know. It's amazing, like such kind of honorable, like real, like real character, you know. It's people really for some, in some way, let's say, is lack of people who truly in their thing. There's a lot of people who talk, a lot of people who pretend. So yeah, this is also need to remember, kind of keep in mind. So I got a lot of support from people who just seen like I'm I'm serious and I don't like begging money for as a way of life, kind of. And I never begging, I always like did something. So if you stay somebody's house, yeah, you clean it, you help them with something, like maybe you need to fix something, fix house, like help with some chores or whatever. So yeah, kind of these things. And I work in my life before, like I did physical work. I work on the field, you know, like I have I burn my skin on the back, like I have this like bubbles on the skin because work under sun all day. So I experience this kind of a farmer lifestyle. I've been working engineer on cable television. It's just like this kind of, how it's called, like maintaining computers. So then I just say, no, I want, if I will, like one day I just got this feeling like I want to risk all for art. So like if I will stay this work forever, all my life, I will just die and suffer. I will feel like I waste my life because I really wish to be artist. So, and I kind of did this like promise for myself. I say like kind of no matter what, I will only work as artist. Also like includes art teacher, and okay, like in the most extreme cases when I really need money for survival, yeah, I can work, get some short works for food. But I don't remember actually. I think that since then, when I decide to be professional artist, I think since then I really only work as artist and art teacher. So I just decide like in the worst case I will die in pain. So well, you know, so I decide I can risk it for my dream. And this been like crazy adventure, very amazing. I mean, it's still like kind of like, now I'm in Taiwan. I'm a guy like from provincial city, small town in South Russia, and now I've been teacher in Hong Kong. I've been like I have exhibitions in China, like in the museums, in the galleries. I have clients like billionaires clients. I work with a Swatch group. So many stuff happen. It just looks surreal, and it's just so many things been happen. It's like it's looks like miracle. Just, you know, one day you have, like I've been in Moscow, rent small room with 4 friends, and it was not enough space for people to sleep. So if all 4 people in one night together, somebody need to sit in a chair. Yeah, so like 3 people sleep like on the floor, on a sofa, and one sleep in a chair. So, and then from this I went to Shanghai, and I got my private studio in the center of Shanghai. So, and there was like mayor of Shanghai being in my studio. It's crazy. So is here. Yeah, so and now drawing these buildings here is kind of comparable, easy thing to do. Yeah, so yeah, it's when you're like travel artist or like struggling homeless artist, let's say, it's help to have like to be able to draw people portraits, and maybe like if you can draw somebody house and stuff like this, because why not make something for people, you know, like you like to draw, okay, you can draw them or their space to make them happy, and maybe like people can take it like good gift because they believe in you, like in your career, so one day you will be famous and they will have like artwork of famous artists, you know. So also it's essential practice for artists to draw from observation, no matter what kind of, like you're oil painting or illustrator or comic book artist. You can draw people in the comic book style. You practice kind of practice drawing people, practice you like gather your visual vocabulary kind of people types, and also it's kind of also your way to show your gratitude. So at least in the cases when you really don't have anything to give to people, you give them your art. And portraits, people really love portraits. For some people it's like a very special, maybe for most people it's like a very special gift. Okay, here just start to do some very random stuff. Or maybe you can draw somebody car, like your friends who help you have a car. Okay, you can draw their car for gift. Like for me, in one like period in my life, I've been surprised to discover how much beautiful girls love to have portraits, you know. So you can find like a girlfriend for yourself, or you can find like make a lot of connections. Just be nice kind of and draw people portraits, and they will invite friends, they will talk about you with friends. And no matter, like you do your stuff and sometimes you do portraits and they will like super excited, you can draw them. Like I make so many friends because I draw portraits. I had my studio in not studio, like my apartment. I've been rent room with architects friends, and my room was like a studio, like it was all filled with art. It looks like some kind of movie. Like people who get to my room, they been like, they feel like they go to real artist space, because it's paintings everywhere on the walls, everywhere, like art materials, because I draw every day and you can feel it, it's like spirit of real art there, like, and people really love it. And every day I invite different people for portraits, just like for me it's free models, for them it's free portraits. So perfect. Even if you don't give them originals, many people also will happy to came for portraits. So like a group portraits, whatever. And they like, I ask, do they have friends who they can tell about me? Maybe they will also like to come for portraits. And many people came to me, and so I have a lot of conversations. I make a lot of friends, and like many friends from everywhere. It's like in the same day I had like, I've been drawing like police officer, some like gang member, like like real Russia mafia, it's like Godfather kind of stuff. And I knew them because I draw football player from Africa, and he say like, hey Gene, I have some friends, can I invite them with me also? They want to have a portrait. I say okay, sure. And there's some Russian mafia arrive, it's so crazy. It's like, what? This your friends? They have this like jeeps, kind of like Range Rovers with numbers like 007. That's so funny. And they just kind of came, and they have really good time because they never met artists. And also it was kind of this like a student atmosphere, like my friends architect students, like, so for them it was like get into some genuine atmosphere of a like lifestyle they never had, kind of, this creative professions, art style or lifestyle. Yeah, so if you are like, you can be like homeless artist, but don't consider yourself homeless. Like I was associate myself with Van Gogh, so it's kind of this period of life when I so much kind of dedicated to my work, so I get through this struggle when I spend all my money for art, so sometimes even don't have money for food. So for somebody this is some story from a book, some like a fairy tale about artist, but for us it's something from your experience, So when I meet this designer company and director, and he telling me like he kind of jealous me with my art style life, I think yeah, I mean yeah, it's interesting life, but you need to be ready for reality of it. Let's do this one. Like I also like live one winter in a summer country house, which is like completely not built for -20 temperature. So inside this house was like same temperature like in the street, like outside. So I've been sleep. I wear all my clothes. I took all blankets. So and like my body temperature was perfectly enough to kind of right to moment when I wake up in the morning. So I wake up in the morning and all my clothes was already temperature of winter outside. And I have like ice on my face. Так. So here perspective we have tilted horizon line, or maybe even like curved, tilted. So and this y-axis is like this. So it's like a straight line of y-axis here, and then it's go like this kind of. Then here is the vanishing point. Let's go kind of this. And x-axis, so like here. It's kind of this. So maybe I move actually a little horizon line, a little up. Okay. So and now within this perspective grid, draw interior. Here's some kind of she sits on a box. this. No, also I have Patreon page, and there are some tutorials about how to draw folds. I'm not super advanced with folds, but still have some insights which I learn and I share them. Also there's like interesting like reference and database I gather from many different sources. О, привет, Игорь. Спасибо. Так. Так. So here basically I just fill in space like snapping objects to perspective grid. It feels like exactly like if I drew in Procreate or in some like Clip Studio where there is function of snapping lines to perspective grid. When you practice perspective, when you have enough practice, it really feels like this. It feels like you're making 3D objects, like you're working with 3D. And like when you draw in details, it feels like you're making textures on a surface. So it should be at least on this level for you, because perspective it's a basic essential skill which is just like kind of elevate your work to professional level quality. Without perspective, your work is more like naive style or amateurish. You cannot hide it. It's always visible. Like, do you have perspective or or not? Да, спасибо. Так. Some more books. So you see it's kind of also iterative approach. So I draw space, then I draw room, then I draw bookshelves, then I draw books on the bookshelves. Then if I want, I can draw images on a book cover, like, or some kind of pattern. So it's really similar, like making 3D model in a Blender or something like that. This kind of very cool feature of having perspective skill, because you really start to model and you creating models, like you creating space. So let's see here. Here's some buildings, and buildings here have like two layers. One layer it's buildings, like shorter buildings on close to us, and other layer it's these tall buildings on a far plan. Так. Let's also erase this one. We okay. Close this. And this one here is not much about perspective, but again it's a cool example of work with detalization. So it's like how he arranged shapes with different level of detalization. So let's quickly just make this recap. So Hello, Mew Mew. Cool. Welcome to my channel. Yeah, so today I study like breaking down artist Ryan Berry, 9monkeys. I have series with analysis of different artists, like artists who I admire, and there is already tutorials about Masamune Shiro, Tsutomu Nihei, Katsuhiro Atoma, and Möbius. So in some of them there are very informative tutorials where I'm breaking down their perspective. And about Möbius I even did watercolor tutorial. And I plan to make a tutorial about watercolor from Jimenez, like another French master, famous artist. He have like very cool colors. Like I'm not sure, I think Jimenez he has not watercolor, it's some kind of acrylic, but it's perfectly can be done with watercolor. We can do a very similar quality of coloring like in Jimenez work. And Ryan Berry, you can find his Instagram called 9monkeys. 9monkeys. I will also put a link in description. He have like craziest cyberpunk, like from all artists right now. Yeah, for sure. I mentioned crayons in my tutorial about boxes. Yeah, I like his idea about this like set of boxes with 2277 boxes degree. So I find this idea like super useful. And I kind of a little actually add my own ideas to it, just a little like, if you talk about tutorial how to rotate objects, there I explain how, actually, yeah, I think he also tells this, so yeah, you can say is all this box stuff, it's a Crane's system, Crane's methodology. Full reference to him for sure. We all kind of borrowing and sharing concepts from each other. So all these artists teaching art, you never know from who they learn, and it's like people just keep repeating and sharing, spreading kind of knowledge. Maybe Cranes also finds this technique about boxes somewhere, I don't know. Yeah, so it's just it's a rule kind of in the science community, and I think it in artist community should be too. So when you're inspired from someone, or if you use somebody's idea, you need to quote him, you need to mention, like you need to say, I have this idea from this artist, from this author. So this way we can spread this lineage kind of, so people can see source, and also if somebody really make his contribution, we need to respect it and celebrate other artists' discoveries and contribution for art. So if this boxes is Crane's invention, then he is a genius. Like he's really like a super teacher, that's for sure. So like he makes so amazing system, like how he teach perspective, how he teach composition and color perspective. Like Crane's, he is super smart. It's kind of genius level. So there is his workshops on Gumroad with English subtitles. Yeah. So if you have good Chinese, like definitely need to find his tutorials or even go to his workshops in Taiwan. He have this very affordable workshops. Yeah, if like this, yeah, then this box idea is cool, super crazy. I mean, we just can see like Cranes kind of have this super kind of technical engineer brain, and there's something about Taiwan people. They have this type of people who are like super engineer. Like, I don't know, 300 IQ. Same with South Korea. They're like super technically advanced We'll also attach a link to Kranz to this video, so to his Gumroad, so people can see. Kind of this. Yeah, for me I was also surprised. I think like Kim Kranz, he teach how to draw like Kim Jong-gi, like better than Kim Jong-gi, like especially for beginners, if talking about beginner level. He really like have very cool system. Okay, here's some rubble. It's artists who have book about perspective. Maybe his channel been hacked. I have like, before I have channel, hackers stole it. So, and because I didn't have like recovery passwords, I just lost it. This kind of girl here. Little in my style. Так. Yeah, Yeah, he drawn this like fingers, all this stuff, so cool. Mecha. Так, yeah, maybe I just put some shade in here. Okay, so for today that's it. Just we will little explore artworks of Reimagining, 9monkey. So what kind of perspective he have and what kind of line art, what principles he use in his line art. I will also do a video about his crazy Godzilla and kind of this like giant robots destroying mega cities. It's kind of insane how he draw all this. So this will be like another video dedicated to this type of work from Ryan Berry, and maybe some other one like this tank head. So write me in the comments if you like to see more Ryan Berry art, and also follow him on Instagram. Yeah, see you next tutorials.